Let's hope everything still works. It's been a long week. Hey, what's up, Geesh, over on Twitch? What's up? How's it going, man? Schmaxy? I don't know if I'm Schmaxy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey, Jar Dirt, how's it going over there on YouTube? Aaron, how's it going, man? Do I call you Charles or do I call you Aaron? Which one do I call you? That is the question. Welcome, everybody. It's a Thursday. It's Thursday evening now. I had to drive 3 hours to get back down here to the Empower studio. And we are going to be building some pretty awesome PCs today. Aaron. Okay, I'll go with Aaron. We should probably update that then. Aaron. 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 Ah. My English is bad. I've always been terrible with the Aaron. So do I just call you Aaron? Or do I call you... How about driving 3 hours to play with the boys? Jokes. I have my laptop with me, Geesh, but the service was so bad up there that it just wasn't gonna work. My ping would be so bad. I'd be all over the place. I'd be, you know, just basically baggage for you guys to carry around. But it's been a crazy couple weeks, you know. Had trouble getting some of these graphics cards. Ah, yes, the bester thing. Yeah. I was joking about the meme. Gotcha. It is Aaron. Aaron. AA Run. I might just call you AA Run. Sorry. But yeah, welcome to the build show. This is gonna be a massive couple of builds that we're gonna be doing today. So I'm super stoked. I know AA Ron is super stoked to get this built. He's been waiting for the parts to come in very patiently, so I appreciate him as he's waiting for all the parts to get here. We had everything here except for the graphics card. That was the last piece that we were kind of waiting on. And it's the ROG Strix card that we were specifically targeting to match the motherboard. So here I'll give you guys a top-down view so you guys can understand what I'm talking about. So we went with an Asus ROG Strix motherboard, which is the X670E, but I also wanted an ROG Strix card with this motherboard. So it was important for me, for the aesthetics, and also for just using the Asus Armored Crate. It just makes it a little easier to have both the card and the motherboard matching brands anyway. So that is why I was targeting. But let's go ahead and run through this. If you guys are familiar with the Titan already on the website, that is what we're building here today. This is slightly modified, but not the core components of the build. We did add more storage. We upgraded the SSDs to 4 terabytes instead of the 2 terabytes that it would originally come with, and we also added an 8 terabyte hard drive as well for some additional storage that he was looking to have on his build. So let me change the name on that real quick. We have that correct, because I know I have the name that I thought we were going to use there. Well, now we're just making it worse. AA Ron. Is there an AA Ron? All right. The name's correct now. So we have the correct name, we have the parts, we have the build. So let's run through it. The Titan that's on the website is originally what this was. We did some modifications. Also, if you are familiar, I was using a different set or different cooler originally, but we are going with these coolers, the Hydro Shift LCD by Lee going forward for the Titans. So this thing is a badass cooler, by the way, and it has the LCD screen for you, which is this down here. But let's go ahead and start with the CPU. So the beast, the king of AMD, outside of going to Threadripper, would be the Ryzen 9 7950X3D, which has got the 16 cores, 32 threads, and a maximum boost of 5.7 gigahertz. So this is a beast of a CPU with the 3D V-Cache by AMD. Pretty much, actually, you can't get any better than this CPU with the AM5 lineup currently as it stands, unless you went with AMD's Threadripper series, which is going to be significantly more expensive and doesn't really make sense for gaming. For, you know, something more like production might make sense going Threadripper. And I actually don't even have a Threadripper build on my website, because most of the people that I work with are all gamers. But there have been some cases where we've done Threadripper builds in the past, and that was more so for production and video, you know, stuff like that. So next up is we have a contact frame for the CPU, which really, this is just going to keep the thermal paste where it should be and not allow it to really get down on the sides of the CPU and keep it nice and clean, which is, you know, something we want. The contact frame will also help with the contact to the cooler, but with AMD AM5 it's really not needed, but we do put one on there anyway. Talking about the thermal paste, we are using the Cryonaut Extreme. This is by Thermal Grizzly. This is some of the best stuff you can really use, and it will last a good long while, especially being on an AIO or liquid cooler. That's really what that's for. Really helps. Well, the Hydro series would help too. But next up we have the ROG Strix X670E. That's right, it's an EE. Gaming Wi-Fi, I always make fun of that board when when we build with it because of the E-E. It's the EE gaming Wi-Fi motherboard. This is a great chipset. If you haven't used this board before or worked with it, I highly recommend it. It's always been a solid board. I know that some people have had some issues early on with AMD, but BIOS releases have resolved all of those issues. So, and we will be doing a BIOS update. So this will ship with the latest BIOS on there. Next up, the cooler that's going to be cooling the CPU, which we already kind of talked about, is the HydroShift LCD 360S. What's unique about this cooler is that you can tell just by the picture here that the hoses are going to come down from the middle here rather than the front. So it just kind of hides the extra hoses there. It makes it look way more slick, which you'll see when we put it in there. And it's super easy to put in, actually, with it like that, mostly. I mean, it's a different way of doing things, but it also has the LCD on there, so that'll be controlled by the L-Connect software, as well as a lot of the Lee components here that you see as well is also going to be controlled through the L-Connect software. I feel like my microphone might be just a tad light. Maybe. You guys can hear me all right, right? Next up is the RAM. So we went with 64 gigs of DDR5, 6000 megahertz CL30, and this is the Trident Z5 Neo RGB. Specifically, the Neo RGB because this is the AMD Expo certified version of the Trident Z5, and that makes it so that it should work pretty much flawlessly with this AMD chip, and we should be able to set the AMD Expo profile to its correct speeds, and it should function as it should, or as we're expecting it. You can hear? Perfect. Awesome. And these are, RGB RAM. And again, with DDR5, you want to just run the 2 sticks. You don't really ever want to run 5. It's really unstable at 4 sticks, sorry. You don't want to run 4 sticks, you want to run 2. I don't know why I said 5. It's been a long week away from PC building, just a week. But the 2 sticks is what you want to run, and really the maximum with DDR5 with 2 sticks is 96 gigs, and they make specific 48 gig times 2 kits for that purpose, just to work around that problem, the stability problem when you run 4 sticks. That's really the maximum you can run right now, DDR5 with stability. Most times when you're running 4 sticks, you'll run into a lot of issues, blue screens, stability problems, performance issues, and it's just a nightmare. So I always just tell people, let's just stick with 2 sticks until that problem gets sorted. And I honestly don't think that problem's ever going to be sorted on this platform. I think it's going to be the next generation is really where it's going to get solved. So next up is our storage. We did talk about this briefly because of the change on the Titan series, but there are 2 4 terabyte M.2 NVMe Gen 4 SSDs. These are the Team Group MP44s, so they're very quick. These are 7200, I think, reads and 6800 writes. Very fast drives, and they're also the SLC caching, so they're super quick, and they'll last a long time when you're moving big data around. I love those drives. And then next up is the additional 8 terabyte hard drive, which is a Barracuda Seagate SATA hard drive. This will be one of the first times I've actually put a hard drive in a Titan. So, pretty cool. Next up, the graphics card. Everybody is always interested in this. I have this out of the box because the box is just so massive. It just wasn't going to fit. But this is a RTX 4090. And this is the Asus ROG Strix version of it. Super fancy. We got lots of peels to peel off of this thing. And it is massive and heavy. Very heavy card. So we'll be probably shipping that, well, definitely shipping that uninstalled, just so you're aware, Aaron, so that, so you understand. So just pay attention or clip the portion where we are doing the installation of the graphics card. So that'll be probably something you'll want to watch later when you get the computer, because you will have to put the card in its place. And the reason why is because these cards are so heavy that it will damage the PCIe slot on the motherboard, so that's why we ship them uninstalled. Next up is our fans. We won't be using every single fan here, but I did have to get a 3-pack in order to get the hub that's included with these. But we have reversed Lee SL Infinities, and this is to provide a good look on the side and the bottom. They're reversed, meaning we'll see only the top portion of the fan, but the blades are reversed, so the airflow is going to be the right direction as intake on the bottom and the top. So we'll have reversed blades on the side, the side and the bottom, and then we'll have regulars across the top, and then one on the rear, which is actually not here, it's over there. And then the regular fans, because we're going to try to do push-pull on this radiator as long as it fits. The 3 fans here on the radiator will get pushed to the top, and the RGB fans on the bottom, and we'll do push-pull with the AIO. But these are all Lee SL Infinities 120s. So super cool fans, super high-quality fans, and it's going to create some really good airflow in the case, which, by the way, we are going to be building in the 011 Dynamic Evo, and this is going to be in black. And then we also have the streamers, which is for the 24-pin RGB streamer and the 16-pin for the GPU. The 12-volt high-power cable. Both of these will... The only thing I didn't grab, which I thought of just now, is a USB hub, and I have one, and I might need it for 2. But I think we're okay, because there's only going to be one hub here, and I don't think there's USB 2.0 on the case. But I don't know, I don't remember. I'll have to double check. But if we need a hub, I have one available for the build, which might cause a problem for the second one if we do need it. But yeah. Anyway, and then the power supply, we're going to be powering the entire build with a Seasonic Vertex GX 1200, which is an 80+ gold power supply. It's ATX 3.0 ready and PCIe 5.0 ready, which is that 16-pin 12-volt high-power cable that I always talk about for the GPUs. It's very important to have direct connectivity, although we are putting the streamer in between, but it is a direct connection from the power supply to the streamer to the graphics card. So it's minimizing the possible disconnects from, you know, using an adapter, which I think I have one lying around I can show you, but I'll show it to you later when we're working on that portion of the build. But without further ado, I also do have an extra support bracket just for you, because I know, Aaron, you were asking about it, but I grabbed a support bracket specifically that screws into the fan on the bottom of the case. So that way we can secure the graphics card, because we are not going vertical on this one. But we are, because we were trying to save some costs there and shift it over to more storage, I think originally is what we wanted to do. We are going regular mount with this, but this will go on the bottom, and then we'll be able to support the graphics card with this when you receive it. And you might have to put this in when you receive it as well, which isn't too difficult. It's just a couple of screws. But that is the extra support bracket that you were asking for. So it'll definitely support the weight of that card. But alright guys, you guys ready to build? Let's do it. So many fans. So this build is probably going to be about a 2.5 hour build, if we're lucky. I say that because this there's just a lot of fans we're going to work with here. All right. So besides a super Are you going to mount the support bracket this evening to show me? Yes, I will. I'll mount that for you. Yep. So you can see how it's done. It's super easy. It just mounts right on top of a fan, and you just have to line it up with the graphics card. It's really not that difficult. There's some adjustment to it that we can make. But yeah, you guys ready? Let's do it. Let us break the seal. That has a massive Wi-Fi adapter in there. Pretty much every component in here weighs like a minimum 10 pounds. Not really, but it just feels like it. Really cool accessories that'll be included also. Anything that comes from the parts will be shipped with to you as well. So there is actually some GPU brackets here for the motherboard. I think that's a GPU bracket. Pretty sure it is. But there's all sorts of little gadgets and gizmos in here that are included with the board that will be shipped with it, including a little key ring from Asus and some stickers. So all of that will be included and shipped with the PC. So anyway, we have a cat over here that is super needy, so he might jump up on the table once or twice. And he hasn't seen me in like over a week now, so he's probably gonna be jumping up on the table while we're building. So I will try to keep him from doing that, but it might happen at least once. I would say at least once. In fact, he's considering it right now. You have a computer cat? Well, then you know how it is. He's been home mostly alone. We have some neighbors that come in here and take care of him. But since we've been gone for, over about a week now, I guess it's over a week now, he's been super excited to see me since I've walked in today. He's down here just rubbing up on my legs right now. So. All right. Serious though. Oh, the other thing is I left my tool bag in the RV because I'm gonna go back up north after this build. So I did have to get some new tools, so we're not going to be building it with the green tools. We're going to be doing it with a screwdriver brand from Micro Center. I grabbed those on the way back because I was like, ah, crap. All my tools. I left them. All right, here we go. Our AMD Ryzen 9 7950X 3D. Super shiny packaging. Get the sticker out. The sticker will also be in the accessories kit. So if you want to put that on the build, you're more than welcome to do so, but I don't put any of the stickers on the PC. I usually leave that to you. I bet the camping trip was great. It is. It's actually still going as well. I left the kids and Mrs. Empower up north so that they can continue camping for the day, so I can come down here and get the builds done. And then while it's battle testing over the weekend, I'll go back up north and remotely finish the testing And once that's completed, we should have it shipped by Monday, this build. We should have it shipped by Monday. It's kind of the time frame that I'm looking at right now. I don't know if this is going to need that, but I know we're going to take this, drop our CPU in. I just don't know about the mounting hardware on this cooler. It's the first time I've mounted this cooler before. Ever. First time ever. CPU drops into the socket. There we are. And now I'll get the contact frame. Which is the Thermalright AM5 contact frame. So if you ever have to remove the CPU, you will have this little tool, which is the specific size for the screws to remove it. That will be included as well. We'll remove this frame because we're going to be putting our own frame in there. Which is going to be this guy. So instead of locking it down with the hammer method, we are just mounting it directly to the board. Locking this one in. And you can see here, maybe. I don't know if it's going to focus or not. Come on, focus. There we go. It really helps that the thermal paste cannot slide down the sides. So it keeps the CPU nice and clean. That's really all it's good for, honestly, with AM5. And I like to use them, especially on a higher end build like this. So, not necessary, but kind of like a nice touch for the quality. But with Intel, it is kind of required, especially on higher end, hotter CPUs. Hey, Brett Shot, I don't remember selling you those. No, you probably don't. You probably didn't. Were you at Micro Center today? Because I was there. You mean the screwdrivers, or I actually didn't see that comment until just now, so I don't know how old it is. Brett is over on Twitch, and he's actually one of my favorite Micro Center reps over here in Michigan that I work with a lot. No, you were off today. Gotcha. I can never remember your schedule. I'm terrible at that. Very bad at it. But I was camping, getting these parts here, and if I remember correctly, the biggest problem that I had when I was looking for the parts, or I would have gotten them from Micro Center, some of them, was the fact that there was no Asus ROG Strix 4090 there. Ah! And the cat jumped on the table. So that was the first attempt by the kitty cat. Nice. But there was no Asus ROG Strix cards there, 4090s. So I ended up pretty much ordering the build. Yeah, we haven't been getting those in recently. Yeah, I didn't think so. They're hard to get. They're very hard to get. Took me a lot to get them here, and they took a lot longer than I anticipated to get here, so. But anyway, let's go ahead and move on to the RAM. I did go there and I actually got a case. I needed the Evo case that was literally out of stock everywhere, or was going to take like 2 weeks to get here, and I was like, well, that's kind of dumb. So I don't know why, but Lee Evo, or Lee 011 Dynamic Evos are becoming harder to get. I don't know if that's because Lee is just making less of them, or if they're just that popular still. I don't know. I know they're still a popular case, but are they moving on to their new lineup? Are they done with the Evo? Yeah, that's what I thought. I'll have to call that back. Yeah, that's what I thought, is they're just still super popular, because there weren't very many in stock anywhere. And I know Lee threw out a bunch of new ones, but I'm not a big fan of the glass on the top and whatnot, so I've kind of kept the Evo for the Titan. Or we can also go into the Evo XL, you know, and the cases just go well together between the two. The Evo and the Evo XL. There he is. He did it again. I have to fight this cat. He's super into seeing Dad. Desperate for attention. Let me go give him a box to climb into. Hold on. This poor cat. It'll be worth the wait, yes. Alright, so, as I was saying, let's go ahead and move on to the Trident Z5 Neo RGB AMD Expo Certified DDR5 RAM. This is, again, 64 gigabytes, 6000 MTS, and CL30. 232 gig sticks. We're doing A2, B2 slots. Cracked popple. Sorry, I just bumped the main camera. Alright, next up, we're going to install both of our 4 terabyte M.2 SSDs, which are the Team Group MP44s. And no, it is not a German machine gun. Trust me, every time I order them, I'm like, yay! But they're not German machine guns. They are SSDs. That's a throwback to World War II Call of Duty, folks. Or people that know World War II weapons. And we're going to place one here in the top slot, but I can't remember. Brett, I don't know if you're still on, but do you remember if this board, the Asus ROG Strix X670E gaming Wi-Fi, if we plug it in here, does this PCIe slot go to 8X? I can't remember if this board does that or not. I gotta go read. I remember one of these Asus boards doing some stupid stuff like that. When I say stupid, I think they should make one of the bottom slots cut the power. Or if you're using Gen 5 or something. Does this even support Gen 5? I don't know. I think it does. When M.2 3 is enabled, PCIe 16.1 will run at 8x, and PCIe 16.2 will run at 4x. M.2 3. Which one is M.2 3? That is the one of the bottom ones. So we want M.2 1, and then we want M.2 2 down here. That is where we're putting our drives. You don't think so? I didn't think so either. But it looks like this M.2 3 slot will put this in 8x. We don't want to do that to the graphics card. That would just be bad. But it's always good to reference the manual, and if your motherboard didn't come with a manual, it will be online. But it's always good to reference that just to be sure. And I work with so many motherboards, it's hard for me to remember all of them. I'm just terrible at remembering that small detail. I just know it's something to check when I'm building. Alright, let's get these spreaders off. And then we'll peel the peel on the bottom thermal pad. And lock in the first of 2 4 terabyte M.2 SSDs. I also have to remember that there are multiple drives, so after I install Windows, I have a tendency to forget to partition out the other drives. Don't ask me why. It just seems to be a thing. Okay, why is this being such a pain in the butt? Nice. I'm gonna need to use that because this is just stuck. I'm dealing with the thermal pad right now. Sorry guys, I know we're not watching what I'm doing. Just trying to get this placed. Because the one that was on there was just trashed. Alright, next SSD, we're putting it in M.2, which is underneath this one. And you can't see what I'm doing. I gotta move it up. I don't know why these don't groove. These don't groove very well. Make it a little easier if they groove. There we go. So both of the 4TB SSDs are now installed. So next we want to take a look at the hardware for the cooler before we put it in the case. And this is one of the first times I'm doing a Hydro Shift LCD by Lee. So first time mounting one of these. For me. First time. I don't know what the mounting's like. Probably similar to their other newer series, like the Galahad's 2s, I would assume. Hey, what's up, Steve Anderson? How's it going? What's up, man? We're trying to install a Lee Hydro Shift mounting bracket for AMD AM5. Alright, we're going to remove these. First time using the new screwdriver. Then guess we're reusing the same screws. Interesting. Then we put these suckers on there. Very interesting. No, I don't know how I feel about these brackets being plastic. That is at Lee & Lee. But, supposed to be a good cooler, right? Yes. Yeah, they will look very efficient, very clean. Debating myself if I should go for the 9700X. Well, from what I've heard, benchmarks have been out. I personally have not touched a 9700X yet, but the 7000 series is, because there's such a little difference between the 7700X and the 9700X. There's like a 3% gain. The 9000 series, the theme so far is efficiency. So they're becoming more efficient meaning a little bit of extra, you know, 3 to 5% for the CPU performance for less power, but more cost. So if you look at the 7700X and the 9700X and you compare them performance-wise, they're very close. So it doesn't make sense to spend the extra money on the 9700X unless you really are trying to save money on power. I mean, ultimately, over the course of the year, it's probably not going to save enough money to justify it. So AMD's newer launch so far has been a little less than desired, in my opinion. The performance that you were kind of anticipating just isn't there. It's more efficient, and maybe it'll get faster with BIOS updates. But as of right now, on the launch, it's slightly cheaper than when the 7000 series launched by like $20 or $30, I think, MSRP launch. It's just the performance is so little, it doesn't make sense to bother. That's just where we're at right now with the 9700. Yeah. So that's my opinion on it so far. I'm hoping that the bigger CPUs have a little bit more of a performance gap, and maybe that'll justify it, but as of right now, no. The justification just isn't there. So, alright, now that we've got this on there, I just want to make sure these are all tight where I want them. I've been talking as I've been installing. Good. Next, looks like it will just clamp in. I don't understand that. Guess they just screw right in. There must be nuts here. These nuts. And what's this little dinklebobber for? I don't know what this little dinklebobber is for that comes with it. But it does not say we need it for AM4. I'm going to set that aside. Or just drop it on the floor. We will need those, I believe. All right, that looks good. So now we are ready to interrupt the cat that is in a box and get the case out. Here, kitty, 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 kitty. Time to get the case out. Let's zoomity zoom out so you guys stop staring at a black hole. I'll wait. I am still using the 5800X3D, and it's a good CPU. It is. Definitely. 100%. Hey there, big boy. You already left. You can't even see it. Dealing with the cat over here. Caution. Please be careful not to pull the glass panel too far when removing it. Attention. Peel off the protector film. So, this is one thing that you will need to know when you receive it. The GPU is going to be inside in packaging inside the case. And you will have to remove these panels in order to get the graphics card installed as well. So this is a process you should probably understand. And that's really how to open the case. On the top, this is the very top of the case here that we're looking at. On the back side of it, there's going to be at the very top 2 nuts that we're going to turn. These are thumb nuts. They should not be as tight as they are from the manufacturer. I will not have them that tight when I ship it. But when you loosen these, both of them are super tight. When we loosen these, you don't have to remove them completely. They will just lock in there and they'll be loose. And then we can pull the back panel towards the back of the PC and lift the top panel off. The reason why we do that is so we can remove the... Oh wait, no, the side panel can be removed now. This is the RGB case. My bad. Wrong one. I'm thinking of the 11. I don't know if that has to be... No, it does not. But forget that. You don't have to do that anymore. But I do have to remove it anyway. On the side, reach to the back. You'll feel a little lip in the glass here. Pull away from the case, and it will release the glass. It says right on the glass, do not pull it too far away. Once it's released, you just lift up, and then we can remove the glass. All right, now that we've got that panel opened, you'll be able to access everything you need from just that panel. That one glass panel, which is toolless entry, which means you don't need any tools to get in there. But for the building purposes, I do have to remove the other side panel, which is also toolless. And that is our metal mesh side back panel. And then we'll have access to the main chamber. This is a dual chamber case. So we have the main chamber here, which is the front. And then we have the back chamber here, which is the back, which is where all the cables are, the power supply and everything, which will be underneath this door here. So the power supply will sit here, your hard drive will sit here, and then we'll have all the extra cables here. So I'm going to remove this door, which I thought just lifts up, or maybe it pulls down. I don't remember how to remove this. Normally I like to remove this. This also needs to come out, these plates, which I forgot it. You know, this seems like an updated Evo to me. I do not remember the Evo having this feature. Am I just losing it, or is this an updated Evo? I know it's the RGB version. I just didn't know. I thought it was just RGB added to the original Evo. This just seems like... because this front panel should lift off too. It doesn't. And I think it's because of that RGB on the top. Huh. I don't remember it like that. This is a standard 011 design, or Leon Lee design, with the tray. But these should pop out or come out, and we'll install our 140 millimeter or 120 millimeter fans on here, reverse blades, which I'll just go ahead and remove right now. But I don't remember the trays being there before on the original. With those trays, you can install SSDs there, though it would block airflow if you put fans there. So, also, if you're not putting fans here and you're just putting the bottom and the top, it would fill it in. Alright, I am going to remove this door because this is going to get obnoxious while I'm working on it, flipping back and forth, and then I'll just reinstall the door when I'm done. I feel like there's got to be an easier way to remove this other than the 4 screws on the hinges, but I don't see an easier way. I'm just going to remove the hinges. Problem solved. There. Now we are ready to work on the main deal. Let's drop the motherboard in here. We already have all of our studs in place for this board, and then we'll take a look at the AIO and see what we're going to need, or see if it's possible to do the push-pull. I've already removed all of our peels off the motherboard, so we're good to go and put this in there. Of course, I said that, and now I'm probably going to find a peel. Knowing myself. And then we need the hardware that is included with the case. The hardware being the screws that we are going to use to screw this board in. I guess if you pull it too far, you can crack the bottom. It's tempered glass, so if you put enough pressure on it, it will crack the glass and shatter. You just have to be very careful with that. That is why that sticker is there, to warn you, or warn us of that possible outcome. All right. 9 screws to rule them all. That is a Lord of the Rings reference, if anybody's a fan. Lord of the Rings, a great trilogy. It is. One of the best. The books were really hard to read. Hey, what's up, Army Vet? How was the vacation going? Well, I had to take a break from the vacation and come down here and build some PCs again. So, I'll be going back up probably later this evening, and then finishing it off on Sunday. Sunday's when we're supposed to drive back. And then we'll be ready to go again on Monday, finishing everything up, and then shipping this bad boy. I did not make it to the island this year. No, we just hung out mostly around Indian River area this year, just because we had so many people up there. So we ended up just hanging out down there. I mean, it was a logistical nightmare feeding the amount of people that we had. Hey, welcome. Aaron over on Twitch. So you're a vet also? This is also what happens when you stream, you know, several weeks in a row, almost daily, and then you don't stream for like a week. It gets kind of quiet around here. So, it happens. But we have the motherboard mounted. Now we're going to go ahead and start playing with the AIO, the cooler. I might get the CPU EPS cables in there first. As you know what, let's get the motherboard plugged, the front panel stuff for the case plugged in first, and then I will get the EPS cables in, and then we'll start playing around with the AIO. I'm just super excited to play with it. Neat toy. Front panel connector. HD audio. USB 3 and USB-C. And then an addressable RGB header. I think down here. Right on. So from 87 to 02. Nice. I have it on Twitch and YouTube. Nice. Yeah, it's been really quiet today. Right on. Messed my knee up in basic, made it a year and a half before they medically discharged me. Nice. Not nice, but still. My brother is actually working on joining the Air Force. Right now, as we speak. There we go. Got all of our bottom connections in and our side USB connections. USB 3, USB-C, all those good things. I royally screwed up my C-spine up in 2000 and had 2 surgeries with the first one not going well. Good luck to your brother. Thanks. I'll make sure he gets that message. The VA put me at 100% almost 6 years ago, 90%, but paid at 100 due to being unemployed. Nice. They gave you 60%. Wow. That's kind of messed up. So how did you end up screwing up your C-spine? And then Army Vet, how did you screw up your knee? What happened? Was it just physical labor? What I mean by physical labor is like working. Hey, Luke. What's up? Thanks for the follow. And Drew over on Facebook. Thanks for the like. Same with Adam Dennis. And the new sub. And Brooke Smith. Dang, we've had a lot of people follow today. I didn't catch those. I haven't been watching that feed. You can appeal and work on 100%. Even if it was so long ago, is that still something you can appeal? Absolutely. All right, well, appeal. What to do? I fell, and when Army Vet, here we go. If you have seen Stripes with Bill Murray and John Candy, where Candy runs into the trees and the other guy does the splits on a log, I fell and bent the knee sideways. Ooh. Ouch. I've done that playing flag football, but in a very different way, not falling. I was sidestepping, and my leg planted with the cleat, my foot planted with the cleat, but my leg kept going sideways. So that's what happened to me. Very painful. But I can't even imagine with the weight falling on it as well, probably even worse. And then Aaron, I fell, and when my rucksack broke my fall, your rucksack broke your fall, and the Kevlar helmet being so heavy caused the momentum to keep my head going backwards. Oh, gotcha. My sister just got 100%. She was at 80. Nice. I may appeal someday. I mean, it might be worth it to just do it. And being a Cav Scout, you have to be mobile? Yeah, I could understand that. So I mean, were there any other positions that you would want to do that you could do with the knee? Or the military just said you're not capable of serving anymore? $100 will get you like 2K more a month. Damn. That's big. They now give ratings for chronic pain. That is new. I actually don't know the whole system there, so this is all new to me, guys. Was never in military, though I was trying to go the Marine route at one point, and then I checked the Air Force, and then I gave up. That was a long time ago. Getting SSDS helps, though, although I'd get another 2,500 or so with 100%. Nice. I'd say go ahead and appeal. They didn't even give you an option to reclassify? Well, that's not bad. 3737. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, guys. I've had a long week. I'm not yawning because of you guys. But thank you, all of you, for your services. I wish I would have known that. Alright, so we've got our EPS cables plugged in here. Now we can really start playing with the CPU cooler. Social Security, you pay FICA, your whole working life, become disabled, and the SSA wants to deny you. That sounds like it's going to become more and more popular, not because even you're disabled. I feel like Social Security, you know, as much as we're paying into it through our whole life, I don't think it's going to, I think it's going to, that system, I feel like is going to collapse. That's just an opinion. Because the way inflation's happening, there's just no way they're going to keep up. There's just no way they can keep it up. You know, giving you the percentage the same as now versus, you know, what, 40 years from now? 30 years from now when I retire? There's just no way. The way inflation is happening and the dollar's changing, there's just no way. It will someday for sure. That's just an opinion. I think it's going to happen. I think they need to work on that or figure something out. I get it. It's there to help, you know, elders. But, I don't know. I don't think it's going to work one day. It'll eventually collapse, in my opinion. The Social Security platform. I don't know. I know a little bit about it, but not enough. Let's go ahead and play with the AIO, because that's what we're good at doing right now. I'm just going to totally destroy this box, because I'm sure there's an easier way to open this, like with the little pull tabs here. That would have been a lot easier to open if I just did that. Instead, I just ripped it. Okay, so what we do want to do here is see if we can fit the push-pull on the top. Ultimately, that's what we want. I think we can get away with it. Pretty sure we can. So, I'm going to move the fans from the bottom, or from the top to the bottom, from the bottom to the top, and then put the RGB. Yeah. That. I can't wait to see the AIO. Yeah, it's gonna look pretty dope. It's gonna look pretty cool. Go ahead and get those fans out. Do 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 do. These are the Lee SL Infinities, which has those side mirrors. Super cool looking fans. Lots of RGB on them. Lots of peels on them. That is one of the downside to building with these, is that every piece of this fan has a little peel on it. The peel. The top, the sides, every piece. So it is slow. Slow build process, but the aesthetics are totally worth it. So it'll have about 13 cooling fans. Well, it'll have 3 on the AIO. It'll have 3 on the side, 3 on the bottom, and 1 on the rear. And then you also have 3 fans on the graphics card itself, and then a fan on the power supply. So 3, 3, that's 6. 3, 3 is 6, that's 12. 7 case fans. Or, I'm sorry. Gosh. 12. 13 case fans. So yes, you're correct on the case fans, and then there's 3 more for the graphics card, 1 more for the power supply. To be exact. Try not to get fingerprints on the mirror finish. Will the CPU cooler head, or whatever it's called, show me the CPU temps? Yes. Yes, I could set it up to do that in the software. You could also do some other cool stuff in the software if you ever want to customize it, but yes. It will indeed show you your temperatures. Why is this being such a pain? Little feet here are not helping. One thing I didn't account for is this block here. And the fans have these little feet to connect. Did not take that into account. Here I can. Definitely. Tubes are there. We have to grind those. Just a little bit of a modification. No big deal. Got to use my new cutting toy. Was it meant for these fans to be on this cooler? Probably not, but it's going to look pretty dope. All right. Now that we have that sorted out, and gotten fingerprints on the nice mirror finish, what I was trying to avoid. Just we'll have to wipe those clean. This doesn't have a defined connection here. Oh, I guess the fans would have gone here. Gotcha. That's USB. That's power. That's CPU fan. We'll go ahead and plug this into CPU fan header 1. And then we'll use option for the hub. But it looks like we are going to need that splitter. Forgot about the LCD screen. The LCD is awesome. How many builds does it take the paranoia of static electricity to disappear? LOL. So I've never lost a component to static electricity ever. And there's actually a really good video on YouTube that Linus did with what's his name, and I've referenced it before, and for some reason I can never remember his name, but they proved it takes a significant amount of static electricity to do any damage to a component these days. They're not as fragile as they used to be, though it is still a problem. If you have enough static electricity, it could cause some damage, so you have to be careful. So if you notice, when I'm building, anytime I'm inside touching any of the boards directly, I'll always be grounding myself or touching something that I know is grounded. So it's a very, it's very rare. Very rare. Not something you'll come across very often. And personally, I've never had a component fail due to static electricity. You just have to be mindful of what you're touching when, and just make sure you ground yourself out. Most computers, when you're working into them, when you're building, you should be using your ground strap. I don't. if something goes wrong, it's on me to fix it anyway. But you could use a ground strap, and that will kind of eliminate that. Another method is leave your power supply after it's built. Leave your power supply plugged in, and it'll stay ground. So, and obviously don't have it on when you're in there working on stuff, but if you have it plugged in, it'll still stay ground. I'm going to shove these through the holes because they need to go that way anyways. And that goes to the back. And then, oh yeah, I was going to grab this. This gentleman. Make sure our CPU, CPU2 is being plugged in. Or CPU option is plugged in. The L-Connect software is going to be key to cooling this system. So that is one thing that you're going to want to keep up to date. I'll have it installed, set up, and updated when you receive it. But it's something that you'll want to maintain over some time. Just make sure it stays up to date. That is the L-Connect 3 software that you'll see on the desktop. Because that is what is going to be cooling your system. Ultimately. Oh, maybe I want this guy. Now you really can't see what I'm doing right now, but just plugging in a couple of cables. Nothing super crazy yet. There. And that is for the hub that we're going to be using for the Infinity fans. All right. Now, forgot. This has twisty twist, neck twist, quick twist tie. So many things have twist ties. Run that through, and pick this guy up. Get the fans in the right position. Alright. I'm not going to tighten these down, but I am going to get it mounted. That just screwed everything up. So what I'm doing here is probably a lot easier if I took the tray out. So I'm gonna not be stupid and take the tray out. Right? Yeah. I know you all would agree. Yeah, why don't you just take the tray out, you dum-dum? As if it was easy. No, I don't have a good response for that. I'm not gonna make it all the way through. So we need, hope, God. Oh boy. just don't trust the thickness. I don't know if I have washer enough for it. I don't like that. What I'm worried about is the thickness of the screw that I do have. It's gonna go pull right through this, watch. So if that happens while shipping, the radiator is gonna drop. We don't want that to happen. So I need a washer. I have washers. And have super thick washers. Nope. Or it won't give me enough fight. All right, there's one. Probably doing this the least efficient way possible. But that is okay. I just had a thought. I'm probably gonna have to undo all the cables now that I've already mounted it. Dumb. I'm so dumb. No washers? I'm using washers, dude. Come on. I had to build up the story, the plot. You're like, oh my gosh, she doesn't have washers. The world is ending. Look at that. Must by some miracle that this can come through both ways. Yes. And that is the difference between Lee and Lee and other brands. They're smart. Probably gonna have to order some additional screws here. I don't think I have enough long enough ones. Usually I have a plethora of them, but I've gone through my stash that I've got here, and I want to make sure I screw the rest of these in, especially since this one's being shipped. I don't want this to come loose while it's shipped, because the radiator is like a large piece of shrapnel flapping around in there. It's not good. So I'm gonna have to order those and add them later. Before it ships. Off stream. There we go. Okay. There's the lovely handprints that I put on everywhere. Bad kitty. Waving back, hello! What kind of toppings did we get on the pizza? Well, this is not your typical pizza. This is... Oh wait, are we talking about an actual pizza or ordering Domino's? Gotcha. Yeah, what type? Pepperoni? I thought we were calling this the pizza. I didn't catch up with chat. Does the tray mounting from the top or through the bottom? Does that tray mount from the top? It comes from the top, so it mounts top. But I was able to get up over the top and from the inside. Kitty! Yeah, I know. He's so attention starved that he's just completely up my butt right now. Will not leave me alone. Not for a moment. I put him in his own box behind me, right here next to me, and that, that kept him happy for a little while at least. But he's right back to pet the kitty. I've given this kitty cat, many of pets today. He should be satisfied, but he is just not satisfied. He does not take no for an answer either. Okay. So before we proceed, we're going to peel this peel on the bottom. And then I just saw another screw I could use. Ah! The catch is back. Go on. In your box. I'm gonna have to blow this thing out. Her little nub going 1,000 miles per hour. Yeah, I know. You have a three-legged cat. Oh, she tries to scratch with her nub. Oh, poor girl. Her little nub going 1,000. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Oh. All right, come here. Cats are hilarious and don't even know it. I know. He's driving me nuts now. I'm gonna have to go lock him in his room somewhere if he keeps it up. Anyway, the problem with having cats around computer parts is the cat hair. And I do not, he never comes over here on a regular basis, ever. He knows he's not supposed to, but because I was gone for like over a week, he is just so crazy about being around me that he's just doing everything he's not supposed to do, and he knows he's not supposed to do, like jump up on the workbench area. He never goes up here because he knows he's not supposed to, because I don't want no cat on this side. Cat doesn't come on this side of the house ever. So the problem is the cat hair. I don't want cat hair on a new PC, which there's already some here, which I will blow out and make sure it's cleaned, because he's not supposed to be over here. I understand that. Yes. That is why I'm so mean to him. As he would tell you that I'm being mean. But anyway, let's go back to the PC building now that he's understood the situation. We're going to put some thermal paste here on the top of the CPU, and then we're going to block it. And then you can finally see what the cooler looks like installed. That is supposed to be an X pattern with a couple of dots, but this stuff is so gooey, kind of just did its own thing. Where'd my instruction booklet? Wanted to verify. Down and on. Why I hate cats from parts. Already picking it out. Can't. Stay away. Dang it. You caught me snapping. I made it. Oh yeah, we're not even done, man. Not even close. It's gonna be a long night. There you go. That looks so clean. Yeah. Wait for this. There's another piece to it. Where'd it go? Where's that other piece? Keep losing pieces on my bench. There's this cool looking little bracket thing that goes over the top. Cover up the screws. All it is a cover. So that actually might come loose while shipping. I might ship that bubble wrap too. Magnetic, I believe, for the screws. There we go. We did fit all 6 fans on that cooler. Napping. No, I know. I figured you meant napping. But, looks pretty dope with it. The new Lee cooler that we're using on the Titan. Do you think push-pull helps? I think it helps a little bit. The biggest thing it helps with is probably noise, honestly. If you think about it, the fan has to work less because there's 2 motions of air happening on both sides of the cooler. So the fan actually would run less than, say, without the additional help from the second fan on the other side pulling. The fan would have to work probably a little harder to push the same amount of air that 2 fans on each side, 1 on each side, would have to do. So in a way, more fans may make it quieter. Cooler, maybe just a tad. I don't think it's going to make a significant difference, but it does look a lot cooler. And those were really nice fans that came with the cooler. I believe they were Noctua brand, Lee branded fans. Let me go double check. They are Lee, but they're the performance ones. Never mind. They're like basically a Noctua fan. Just not Noctua. It looks awesome. Thank you. Yes, they are. They are some of the best fans. But Lee, these fans are way more aesthetically pleasing than Noctua. They look a lot better in the end. So, all right, let's go ahead and continue with our fans that we have to install. So we've got 3 here, reverse blades, 3 on the bottom, reverse blades, and then a single on the rear that we need to install. So let's get those done, and then we can do the streamers, GPU, and that's it. Oh, well, power supply too. And then a bunch of cable management. We're gonna go long on this one. This one's gonna be long. And we may have to delay the second build if it gets too late here. Well, I'm glad I held on to that glass panel. Well, let's move that out of our way, because we are going to remove the bottom panel here once we get the fans laid out. So we're using the same Infinity fans, but the reversed blade. So they're the Unifan SL Infinity 120s, but they're the reversed blades so that they can face up, so that basically all the fans are going to be facing the same direction on the inside, and it'll be way more aesthetically pleasing than seeing the back side of a fan on the side and the bottoms, since they're intake. They would be upside down if they did not have reverse blades. So specifically, I order the reverse blades so that it would be way more cool looking. Hey Tat, what's up? I've renamed Noctua to Hawktua Fancy. That's terrible. But I totally get why you did that. Just spit on that and cool it off. Just spit on that fan. Oh boy. They match my build. This PC will be a work of art. Yes. And that is why art takes time. Mrs. Empower does not understand that. If she's watching, I don't know. But it is a work of art. Is this the PC you were waiting on the parts for? Yeah, this is one of them. The second one is actually very similar to this. Ironically, we had two Titans being pushed all at the same time. So, yes, I was waiting on parts for this one, but I think the second Titan is going to have to wait until after I get back. I don't think there's going to be enough time on this day for me to complete both of them. Try. But the way things are going right now, we're 2 hours in. I was anticipating a 2.5 hour build, but we're nowhere near finished yet. So, not looking good at this time. I think we're just going to get the one done, and the other one will have to wait. But the biggest problem that I had with getting these parts was locating ROG Strix GPUs. Asus ROG Strix 4090s. So I want these to face down. That's going to come off like that. And then I need one of these. Gentlemen. Hopefully we have enough. 1, 2, 3, yes. Thank goodness. I have more, but I think they're white. We don't want the white ones. We want the black ones. Alright, so technically it's going to end up like that. So we're going to flip it around. That. And we'll do all the peels real quick. That. And then we'll take the tray out, because that's smart. What slowed me down? There's just a lot of detail to the build, so it slows me down. And I'm a perfectionist. Hey, what's up, Shadow Clan? What's up? Welcome to the Build Show. I'm guessing that Lee and Lee are like the luxury high-end rides of computers. Yes, you could say that. They are definitely the Cadillac. Or even higher end, I guess. Corsair's up there too, but I prefer Lee and Lee because of their quality. and they're less of a pain in the ass to build with. Like, if you're using Lee, then it's a quality build. I mean, each one of these fans are like $35 to $40, depending on where you're getting them from. They're not cheap. And they add up quick. Just finished a PC build, but I can't get Wi-Fi. What? What kind of board did you have? Yeah, that's a good question about the drivers. Sometimes if your Windows install is old, it doesn't have the built-in drivers. So generally what you'll have to do is get it wired. It'll have generally an Ethernet driver that comes with the board and deploys as soon as you install Windows. Ethernet, the wired connection. Wi-Fi, if you don't have that right off the rip, then you will have to probably download that from another computer and put it on a USB drive and then transfer it that way and install it on your new system. That is probably how you're going to have to get the Wi-Fi drivers. Oh, do I install drivers without Wi-Fi? With the, yeah, so you just like some giant idiot is just use another computer. You'll have to use another PC with probably a thumb drive. USB drive. Yeah, an Android phone can do it as well. You can use it as a thumb drive. Good point. Good. But USB drive would be the easiest, since they're pretty much plug and play. But you go to your motherboard manufacturer's website, look up your exact model, then go to the drivers section of the downloads, and download your Wi-Fi driver, and put most likely it's going to be a zipped file, onto that thumb drive, and then you'll be able to install your Wi-Fi drivers from there. Nice. Just gonna ask how special I was. There we go. How dope does that look? Other than my lovely fingerprints here, as I was fighting with the fans on the top. That mirror finish. You can even see me in the mirror. Yeah, Google your motherboard's exact model and search a bit harder. Hey, viewers, what's up? How am I? I'm doing good. How about you? Hey, Gary Smith? Can I mix Lee with other RGB fans? Yes, you can, but you may not be able to control all of them from the same software. So if you are installing Lee software or Lee fans with, let's say, Thermaltake fans or Thermalright fans, the Thermaltake fans are going to just plug into your traditional RGB 3-pin header, 3-pin 5-volt addressable RGB header, and that'll be controlled by your motherboard software, or you can get a third-party software and try to control them all, which is a possibility. But the Lee fans would be controlled by L-Connect, or should be controlled by L-Connect, because you'll have more control, more features on L-Connect than you would with your motherboard software, which you can sync the Lee fans to your motherboard as well and run your motherboard software. For example, this is Asus So this will be the Asus Armory crate where I could control RGB, but you won't be able to do all the fancy Lee lighting effects that you see online everywhere without them being run through L-Connect, which is going to be communicating to the fans through the USB header from the controller. So the answer is yes, you can mix, but you will have to control them from two different pieces of software, or you will likely be controlling them from two different pieces of software. You can make it all in one. It's just not going to be super great. You think you found it? Awesome. On another PC, did you have a laptop or something? I got the Lee Hydro Shift and a single one for the rear Lee with the screen on, and the other ones are Asia Horse fans. Okay, then yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. So you'll have your Asia Horse fans plugged into your addressable RGB header, and then all of your Lee fans are probably going to go back to a USB to the hub, which are then going to go back to a USB header, and you can also add the cable from the hub, the Lee hub, back to your motherboard and sync it all up. It's just, in order to control the screens, you need to run it through the L-Connect. So that's what I was saying, is there's some uniqueness that you want to stay on the L-Connect, or Lee fans to run the L-Connect. But you can get those fans to kind of get really close. You know, you'll just have to play around with two different softwares to make it close. But they will work. It's not that it won't work, it's just you're going to be managing it from two different softwares. Alright, so last bit is or some of the last bit anyway. We got to put the side fans in, which are also reversed. I'm going to go ahead and flip this around like so. But then I could just go in here and get them placed. But let's go ahead and prep those ones as well. Reversed blades. So, reverse blades are what I'm using for the side and the bottom, because those are both intake, and I want the top of the fan to match the rest of the system. So reverse blade is what you would get for intake on the side or the bottom. Yeah, my old Chromebook. Nice! With a thumb drive, or what are you using to transfer it? Right. Got it. Thank you. No problem. You're welcome, sir. And welcome to the Build Show. Have you been here before, Gary Smith? Or is this your first time? Use the thumb drive. Nice. Good deal. What all do you need drivers for the transferring the SSD to a new build? So you had an existing SSD on your old PC, and you're transferring it to a new PC? Just for clarification? Yes, I've been here before. I'm the one, got the Ryzen 9 7900 with the MX. Okay, gotcha. Nice. That's right. I'm sorry. It's been like a crazy couple of weeks on vacation. I'm terrible with names too. But I do remember talking about that. Yes. So what do you need drivers for if you are transferring an SSD to a new build? So if you're transferring from an old build to a new, if the motherboard changed, you're going to need all new chip, basically every driver there is for your new motherboard. You'll want to make sure you remove any of the old stuff if there is any, like chipset drivers, especially if you're transferring from an AMD platform to an Intel or vice versa, the opposite direction. So you'll want to make sure you clean that up and install all of your new drivers for your motherboard. And then next, you'll probably want to make sure, yeah, you still need to do a chipset driver, even though you're going from the 5700G to a 7800 3D with a 4080 Super. Then you'll want to make sure you install the latest NVIDIA drivers. And like some giant idiot said, yes, much safer to reinstall Windows. Usually if somebody's coming to me and saying, hey, I want to rebuild my existing PC or upgrade, and it includes a new motherboard, I recommend them to get a small boot drive, like a Windows drive, just to start fresh. But some people prefer not to do it that way. And then I've had people not do it that way, and they come back with more problems, and then, you know, we end up reloading Windows anyway. So it really, you could try it and see how it goes, but always going to be a recommendation when you are switching out the motherboard to reinstall Windows. But you could try it. But you need all your motherboard drivers and your graphics card drivers. Those are really the important ones. And then you'll also have to probably reactivate Windows. Depending on what type of key it was. A lot of people forget about that. I just had a situation where I had a motherboard fail, and I had the motherboard repaired. I outsourced the repair to a local shop near the customer, and they didn't use the new key I gave them because they said it still said it was activated, and I was like, nope, it's going to deactivate. And guess what it did? It deactivated, and 2 days later the customer called me saying, hey, it says it's deactivated. I had to give them a new key and do it remotely. So it happens every time, because the Windows install thinks it moves to a new computer, which it did. The motherboard is the core. Isn't Windows key locked to the motherboard, not the SSD? Yes, that is correct. In most versions of Windows, some will be tied to your Microsoft account. That's a different type. That is something that you would have probably purchased online and then assigned it to your Microsoft account. So if you're lucky enough, it could be tied to your Microsoft account. And then that'll reactivate once you sign into your computer. I'm going to be so happy with and proud of this PC. Nice. I'm going to be proud of it too. I built it. It's going to be sitting on your desk. I'm going to be proud that it's there. Yes, I've been... Okay. I think I've caught up in chat. Excuse me. It's Red Bull time. Every yawn deserves a Red Bull. Oh, you know what I forgot? I'm an idiot. Because I'm special. I'm not even gonna try. Do that. Oh wait, watch this. I'm even more special than I thought, guys. Watch. So I need to put this cable on the bottom. And I was gonna like, oh, I'll just undo it and do it. Screw it. I'm even more special than I thought. Because Leon Lee is so badass. Ta-da! Crisis averted. Can I get the cable through here without it getting chopped off? Yes. That is dope. I got one heck of a surge protector. Yeah, make sure it can run up to 1200 watts, plus whatever wattage that you're going to have on your monitors if you're planning to run your monitors on it as well. So, probably safer to be in the 1500, 1600 wattage range would be ideal. And that's about the limit of most breakers out there. Most of them are like 15 amp. I know in Texas it's a little bit different, but I thought I haven't had licensed Windows for like 2 years. The watermark went away after a while. Huh. Either it got activated somehow or Windows just gave up. Or Microsoft gave up. Fine, we're done. We're done trying to get you to buy it. But I've never heard of that before. New PC. New PC. New PC. Guess who's back? Edward wants to go back in his box. Don't do it. He walked away and said no. He does not want to go back in his box. What is the orange kitty's name? His name is Edward. Edward? Yes, I hear you. And he's just mewing and mewing and mewing. He's gonna need a lot of extra kitty love before I go. All right. Oh, this beast is nearly finished. We just have to get the back fan here, drop a graphics card in. We'll get your stand, your extra support bracket in place as well. And by golly, the power supply and some streamers and some cable management. There's still quite, oh yeah, and the hard drive too. I can't forget the hard drive. That is not something I build with very often anymore. 2 4TB hard drive or SSDs, Gen 4 SSDs, and an 8TB hard drive. Pet him. He has gotten plenty of pets, trust me. He has gotten more pets than a cat should have. With him, it's just never enough. All right, The very last fan. A standard infinity fan. But take a look at that. What do you think of that? Already got another fingerprint there. I don't even know how it happened. Fingerprints just happen. Why are the USB-C front I/O so hard to connect? I don't know. So it only can go in one way. USB-C, for example, right here. I could zoom in on this for you. I mean, the short answer is, you know, there's a room full of people on a table that said, how do we want to design this? Let's make it the most difficult piece of crap connector we can, just so everybody can screw it up. And that's how they designed this USB-C connection. I promise you that's how it happened. But basically, this connector looks the same on each side. Really, the best thing you could do is start the connection and feel it. It's really feel. Just feel it. If it's not going to go in right away, that's probably the wrong way. But you'll feel it kind of click in, and it will slide in very easily. If you have it the wrong way around, and you try to force it, it will damage the port. And you can force it in the wrong way. So don't do that. If there is any type of resistance, stop. I broke my port trying to get it. Ah, dang it. I was trying to explain that. So, you got it the wrong way around and you try to force it in, it will damage the port. And that is not something you can repair. You'll have to send that in. Or if you know an electronic shop that can do a header replacement, maybe they could do that. For example, I have a place locally. They would be able to remove that and put a new one on. Take one from like a donor board or something. Hopefully it still works. I don't know. Usually when those pins get damaged, they don't like to work. They're very, very picky. They are not difficult. It's just easy to get it backwards and push it in. They should have made it so that it was impossible to do that, but they did not. You can force it in backwards and damage the port or the header, whatever we want to call it. It can get damaged. It was only the male side. So, this piece was damaged? If that's the case, you could probably get a new one of these on Amazon for your case and just swap it out. Might be able to. Or get one that mounts to the back. You just won't have a front one. If that was damaged. There it is. I'm like, where did the last cable go for the hub? It vanished on me. That could be a workaround if you damaged it from the case. Alright, one of the last fans we're installing on this build. The rear fan. I'm gonna be careful not to scratch anything. Should have probably put this in before I put the AIO in. Dang it. You know, sometimes I think the build takes longer because of me, not because of anybody else. I mean that. I almost put this on backwards. Sometimes, and I have tested this a couple times, sometimes I'll reverse this fan as intake. Sometimes it helps with the airflow. Sometimes it has negative impact. There's some builds where it positively impacts temps. So I'm gonna do a regular on this one. Just because there's so much airflow in this one. Dang it. Keep touching them. Okay, pull back. What do you think now? Can I uninstall Windows without deleting my games? No, that's not possible. Reinstalling Windows means you have a brand new install of Windows, which means your registry is broken, which means your games will have to be reinstalled regardless. So, unfortunately, that is not possible. This build is looking great. Thank you. Thank you. It is a titan of builds. It is that time. It is absolutely gorgeous. You are 100% correct. It's also very heavy. You could probably do a daily workout with this thing. Gotta get all these peels off. There's peels on top of peels. $40.90? Oysterhead, you are correct. This is a RTX 4090 Asus ROG Strix. Behemoth. Dang it. When the peel tab breaks, thank goodness I have thumbnails now. Surprisingly, this is only a 2-slotter. But it is a behemoth of a card. Can he put the games on an external drive? He decides to uninstall Windows. He can. I think the best thing you would want to do, Shadow Clan, if you want to back up your games, I would get the PC booted up with the old drive, old PC. Back up any of these saved game files, which you might have to do some YouTube video searching on where the saved game files are located. Back them up to another drive. And then when you have those all backed up to like an external drive or a USB drive, then you can go ahead and just reload Windows on that drive and format it. And also back up any other data that you want to keep, because if you format or reinstall Windows and let it format it, it will wipe the data. Data will be wiped. But basically, for the install, you just light up the gold pins, drop it in place, and then use the 2 thumb screws that I'm using here to secure the card to the case, and that'll finish the mount of the card to the case. But the next thing is going to be the GPU support bracket, and then also the power cord, which is going to be additional steps. Right on, thanks. Shoot. Lots of stuff going on in the chat here. I kind of missed that. Sorry I wasn't here for the beginning. CPU is an AMD 7800X3D. No, the CPU is the 7950X3D, just like Aaron said. Right on, thanks. Yes. I'll just re-download them. It's only on Steam. Oh, if you use Steam, it's possible you have cloud saves enabled, and that could save some of the games as well. Can you put games on an external drive if it decides to uninstall Windows? Really just to transfer the save games is honestly the best way. Captain America card, love it. Yes, pretty much Captain America card. Is the best way anyways. Wait. I'll just re-download. Yeah, it's the best way to do it. I agree with Oysterhead. But if you have saved games, you'll want to back those up. You can do that. You'll be doing a lot of content creation, not just gaming. This PC will definitely handle that for you. Alright, so now that we got the graphics card in its place, we have a GPU bracket mount that we have installed, which I have to stand this up to do this. I don't know how well you're going to be able to see it, but I'll zoom in on it and kind of walk you through it, talk through it. Basically, this will mount to the back of this fan and give it some support. So there's 2 screws for this bracket. Basically, it's going to go on the back of the card here to hold it. I know you asked for the extra support bracket. And then also position it here or here, help with it as well. But if we're here, then we're blocking the cable, so it would have to be here or here. Basically our only support bracket. Might even be able to get away. Headers. Go. Now we need to decide. Nice. Well, you could do 4K if you wanted to. Now we need to decide where we are going to run the cables. We've got the 16-pin 12-volt high-power cable from Lee, the Strimmer. I'm sorry, the 24-pin and the 16-pin. We have both of them. But what we want to know is, with this cable, will the cables light up? Yes. Yes, they will. They are addressable RGB, and they'll be controlled from the L Connect 3. Steve Anderson AOC 27-inch curve. Cute. You got a new 1080p 240 hertz monitor, and I'm setting it up right now. Nice. It's a cool monitor, 240 hertz. Damn. That is going to be smooth. The 240 hertz 1080p screen. Now, what a lot of people like to do on these 16-pin or these GPU is curl it back around up top like this. And then have the 24-pin kind of wrap around it a little bit. A lot of people like to do that. So what is your preference here? I'll stand it up. I'll set them up in both ways. Kind of show. This is something you could change later if you didn't. I want a 32-inch 4K monitor. Nice. Okay, thank you. So what we're gonna do, probably the preferred positioning. Show you it. I mean, I'm still rocking a 1440p 165 hertz. I think that's an Asus Tough Gaming 1440p 32-inch. I love the Aero GPU has an insert for the power connector. Aero GPU, Aero. That's a gigabyte card. Yes, perfect. You have one at 165, nice. Yeah, I've got one at 165, 1440p. That's still what I run at because I just, honestly, all my PC has is a 3070 Ti. There's been a long story I've shared several times about why I have that. All right, hold this in. people like it, some people don't. Definitely an updated version of it. That's what's going on. Some people prefer it like this because it gives it more flash, more RGB there. Others, I don't know what I'm supposed to, probably not. Others would say, I want it down and under, which means I have to rotate the cable if we do that. Go down and under the card. A little tougher because it's closer to the glass. I would recommend just going up and over because of the glass. Looks good. So you liked it? It just gives it a little more flash. Shows off the RGB a little better. Like intertwined, kind of. There's other methods to it too, but this one isn't long enough to do it. Oh, what a beast. Alright, now we have to put Humpty Dumpty together on the back side. One thing I did forget about is the hub USB connector. Darn it. Gosh darn it! But it we will get through this together. Let's see, we had one. This was USB. Well, first off, we need to see if we need a hub or not. I think this board has 3. Of course, it's buried under the card now. I can't. Do 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 do. Awesome. There are 3 USB 2.0 headers. Beautiful. That works. Because we need 3. Back over. I should probably get a turntable and turn this shit. I don't. Keeps me young. Put a bag inside a bag. Thank you, Lee. Is it a 4070 Ti Super? I was watching on what I should get, and I understand pro gamers use 1080p high refresh rate. Yes, that's because they want the higher refresh rate. That's why I chose this monitor. Also, 1080p means they get more FPS. Is it a 4070 Ti Super? That is an RTX 4090 Asus ROG Strix 4090. This would be a 17-hour or longer build for me. Well, right now we are at 3 hours. 2 hours, 56 minutes, and 55 seconds. Looks good. I like the side-by-side, first way up and over. Yep, lots of RGB flash out the wazoo. Got it. I figured that was the direction that we were headed. Everything that I need on the front side is on the front side. Wait a minute. Last wee bits. Sections. Can't see it. Oh boy, nice. I know, we went big on this one. Mr. AA Run was not holding back. So I do recommend doing these connections before you put your graphics card in, or it's damn near impossible to do it. I'm just a dum-dum and forgot to do it. Will have to be returned. I accidentally got a 900 watt one. Will this build hit 900 watts with the monitor? It can if you are running the graphics card hard. Graphics card alone can go up to 600 watts. CPU could probably hit about 200 or so. I'd say anywhere from 200 to... Is some giant idiot still in here? He probably has a good... But I would say graphics card can go to 600 watts. Doesn't mean it's going to hit 600 watts. He's asking about... He has a 900 watt UPS. He's worried that it's not going to be enough for this build. But the graphics card can hit about 600 watts. That is its maximum. Not that it's going to hit 600 watts. That's how much the card can draw up to. The CPU can draw anywhere from like 200 to 250, I think, is its UDP or whatever it is. Right? We're talking about... Sure. Yeah, is the UPS going to be enough at 900 watts for this system? The power supply in here is 1200 watts. Generally, you want to match the UPS to the power supply the best you can. I think 900 wouldn't be... I don't know, it's tough. Because you could use it and a 4K monitor. I don't think both should be on it. Yeah. I think the 900 watt needs to go back and you need to get a bigger one if you want to use a UPS. Like a backup, battery backup. I just would hate for you to have weird shit. Find out it's just the UPS because it's not the right one for not much more. Then yeah, definitely do that. Send it back. I might have to pull the graphics card out to finish it. Should have done it before I put the card in. One. Two USBs, one left. I've never used the UPS. Personally, I've never used the UPS either. So I started building PCs and doing a ton of BIOS updates of battery backup. Because it's very easy to brick boards when the power goes out in the middle of a BIOS update. Most of the boards I work on now have a recovery option, so it's less of a problem. But back when I started, recovery options were only on super high-end boards, so it was I wasn't always working on those. So that's why I have a battery backup UPS. Yeah, I think all you really need, the battery backup is nice to have for when the power goes out while you're in the middle of a critical situation or a critical thing. You have time to save whatever you're doing and then shut it down properly. The UPS or the surge protector is going to protect the PC from a surge, but you also have to get a really nice one that is going to protect, all the devices. Usually, off-brand ones I avoid. I always recommend going APC for the brand for surge protectors and UPSs, just because they're a very trusted brand. I've always used them, and I've never had problems with them outside of maybe, you know, batteries going bad over a course of time, which is natural, normal, you know, things like that, normal stuff. Oh, Tat, sorry. Tat229. I did the same thing, Steve. Bought the high refresh rate 1080p monitor, but it is a BenQ. I actually have a BenQ, or had a very old BenQ. Very old one. Back when, like, BenQ was, like, becoming a thing. And it was a 1080p 24 or 25 inch. It was a very awkward size. It was like 25 inches. Yeah, 24.9. That was what mine was. But I mean, like, from a long time ago. And its refresh rate was 60 hertz. But that was a big deal back then. For a panel. You'll check out APC. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, no problem. No problem. But I also have a second monitor. It's 27-inch curves, 165, 1440p. Nice. So you could go both ways. Yeah, you could go both ways. Anyway, finally got those connections plugged in. Oh, now we can flip it back over and finish it on the back side. And then flip it back over and power the sucker on finally. So, mostly all we have left to do is get everything plugged in, get the power supply in. Then we can fire this bad boy up. Finally see the results of a Titan that is born. Today there was a Titan born. Yeah. Time for a bag of Oh shit. Forgot the hard drive, which means I forgot the SATA cable. Which means shit. La-di-da-da-da. On YouTube during the Twitch commercial, I'm going off this right here. Sorry about blood, sweat, and tears is going into it. Ah. What? You want to be careful with vibrations around hard drives. You don't want to drop these. I may start Twitch streaming my games with this rig. Nice. What game are you going to stream first? What game are you going to play first? Oh, I forgot about an optic drive. Not really. The only way you could do an optic drive nowadays with today's modern cases is with a USB external optical drive. So you can get one still, and you can use it. It just has to be an external, because the case just has nowhere to mount that 5. What size? A 5 and something, 5 and a quarter, whatever it is. It just doesn't have the space anymore for it. Obsolete option. So, these cutters are nice. These are my new toys. These cutters are nice, but very easy to cut wires. In that type of situation. Very easy to accidentally cut a wire. I was cutting a zip tie. Worry about me cutting wires yet. Come down. This guy. Think about centrally. This guy needs 4 pin. Alright. That has everything it needs. Power tidying up. Cups. I want them to be semi-accessible. Door's gonna be stopped today. We have all these SATA connectors. What do you guys think? Power supply time? We want the fan facing up. PSU for the win! At this point, I'd be laying face down in a mess of tangled wires crying. That's how I was when I first started. When I first started getting into PC building, there was a point where I just got so frustrated. I had given up. I was done. Could not do it anymore. That was a long time ago. We are going to put all the peripherals on here because there are just a crazy ton of SATA connectors. And if you ever wanted to add more drives, the cables will be there for you. And it's less things to have to deal with shipping. Regardless, they'll be on. I'm just going to put them on there. they're in the back. Oops. There goes one of them. Put the Molex in there just... I don't think anything Molex will ever go into this build. Not like we need more SATA. You've been an amazing customer. Don't worry about it. Never worry about that. Absolutely been super fun. So, people that I remember when I build for them. Especially when, you know, I work with them a little while longer than somebody just buying a computer on my website and then me never really talking to them or interacting. These are the types of relationships I prefer because I get to talk to people and learn about them. So, more of a relationship than a customer. Over. Tight. Tight there. Where's that? Oh, I just bounced the camera again, sorry. I moved it. This one. Want this one to run up here to the drives because there's specifically only 2 on this chain. Perfect. Pages. guys can run down here. Loop into the power supply. This is just, there's just so many cables here. I want to split this between two, so we go this way. Somehow we already tangled these. Two. One. Later one on that. Try that. And then we'll put these two. Partitioning the drive, so I'm glad you do that. Yeah, all of that will be done. So you'll have your C drive, your D drive, and then whatever the hard drive will end up being. Probably like E something or F. My mom used to call it the FU drive. All right, there she is. We're just gonna tie these up a little bit. Give them some cable love. Right there. All right. Look at that cable madness. The door even fit. That's pretty impressive. When the door actually fits. All right. It's magnificence. Beauty. It's perfection. Now we just need to see if it works. Please work. All right, I gotta clean up some of this hardware to get it plugged in real quick. And then we'll finally, for the very first time, see if it fires up. There are some clips here for this that I will try to get on there as well. That there as a reminder. Now the door doesn't want to close. Okay. Who's ready for the side view? Fire it up, fire it up. 407. I'll get there. I did go with a darker option on the camera. There we go. Good enough. Got some glowing. I did not put the back panel, top panel, front panel, side panel on. So this is pure no panel. All right. What do you use for the graphics card, Tat? I know you're being silly. Fired up in 499, 498, 97, 96. Ron. I'm going to call you that. Would you like to give the honors? You let me know when you would like me to push that button. I'm sure you're itching. It's a gaming beast. A legend. We are waiting for you, Aaron. Fire it up! I'm better at PC building than I am at dancing. 308. 3080. That's what I'm talking about. It is a beast. So this is the RGB version of the Evo, which has the RGB strip going across the top and the bottom. Gives it a nice clean line. I like it a lot. By the way, we did get a post. New CPU installed. Press F1 or Y to reset the F. I'm blown away. It's pretty dope. It's even got a screen. Look, the inside of your PC has a screen. We just went into the Matrix and back. If you didn't hear that. New CPU installed. Please enter the BIOS. And it'll probably ask me, what cooler do we have? But I'm really not going to worry about that because we're BIOS anyway. Which is going to factory reset it. But all 64 gigs of RAM's there. The Ryzen 9 7950X 3D, obviously, is there. I see one hard drive at 8 terabytes and two 4 terabyte SSDs. So, all the storage is there. All the fans are spinning and lit up. By golly, I built a PC that works. Wow, beautiful. So shiny. Yeah, it's so RGB. RGBE. The only thing that I would like to see maybe with Lee is you see how this exactly line up perfectly with this. That always drives me nuts on every case, but we could just drop that fan just another quarter inch, which you can't do. That's at its limit. I put it as low as I could go. It would look symmetrically perfect. But that's a case thing. I can't control that. Is there a paid version of Twitch like YouTube? Yes. So if you go on Twitch, on the Twitch channel, you can subscribe there. And that will go towards the $1 PC sale. So every month that you subscribe, all the funds that we get from the subscription, which is like 50% of the actual subscription, will go towards the $1 PC sale that we do, which is once we hit a certain threshold, we'll build a badass PC and I'll throw some stuff into it, and then we'll sell it for $1 because Michigan has laws where I can't do any type of gambling, because if you're getting raffled or chosen by a list of people, it's considered gambling because you're paying for a subscription. So I have to sell it to you. I give you the option to buy it for $1, which usually I just write down that you paid cash $1. Call it done. Am I insane for selling a PC for $1? Yes. Yes, I am. But that's what the bar at the bottom of the screen is indicating. I haven't updated it within the last month or so, so I think there's an extra $40 on it. But we're slowly getting there. The last one that we did, $1 PC sale, was in 2022, and we haven't had another one since. Just not a lot of subscribers, donations. Thank you all, Twitch. Went to a commercial, but I'm back. I'm sorry. That will look so good with red lighting. Yes. I won't be able to change the lighting here live on the stream until after I get to Windows and get L-Connect installed. Then I'll be able to change all the RGB lighting, which I could show you before I pack it up and ship it. If you want me to put it in red, I can preset it to red for you. It plays everything just fine I play. I bought a car once for $80 in 1992. Nice. I wish I could buy an $80 car. Awesome, yes sir. So you want me to put it in red? I'm going to put a sticky stick. That says make me. Still love the flagship. Keep up the grind. Thank you, Cameron. Yeah, the flagship. This is the flagship. I changed the name to the Titan because I was going with a different theme on the builds after I redid everything on the website. This is the Titan, which was the flagship, which is a flagship. My wife loves it too. Awesome. Glad she loves it. She can make it pink if she wants. I don't know if she's into pink or does she like the rose red. Titan Plus. That's pretty much what it is. But there is the Titan, the grandest of them all. But we are at 10 o'clock, which is too late to start build number 2, which means build number 2 is going to have to wait until Monday. So, I'll have to get in touch with them and let them know when we're going to be building it. Yeah! Thank you for the stream. Oh, you're welcome. So I will get Windows installed here and get it up and running so that I can go through and do the rest of the work remotely. And then we should have it ready to go for shipping on Monday. Yeah, on Monday. Shipping it on Monday. And then we will have another build stream on Monday, followed by probably another one on the next Friday. So we do have some more streams coming up. I've got a couple other orders coming in as well, so we'll have even more streams after that once I get back into town and finish up this weekend end vacation. And then we'll have this ready to go too. Go out with UPS. So you should have tracking information and everything you need to know about the PC via email, Aaron, on Monday. And then UPS will likely pick it up on Tuesday, and then it will probably be anywhere from 3 to 5 days before it arrives. And then make sure you're there because it's going to require an adult signature to sign for it. So if there's nobody there to sign for it, they will not leave it. And if you need me to, I can redirect it to a UPS store if you need me to. This is Edward, who is just dying to be in my lap. I will be here with bells. Nice. Kitty, yay. This is Edward. He's kneading my chest right now. Thanks. He's I gave him some catnip to try to calm him down, but it made it worse. But there we have it. The build is done. Now we just got to get it across the finish line and in A box to you. Kitty's making biscuits. Yeah, I think so. The clashing lights on the LED cable extensions are my fave. Can those do that also? I think, yeah. So this has the, this will be connected to L-Connect 3. So whatever L-Connect 3 can do with it, version 2 streamers, that's what it can do. But all right, guys, I'm going to get this Windows installed so then I can get going for the week, for the end of the week here. And then we'll have this shipped out on Monday. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Aaron, can't wait to see your reaction when you open this and get it on the desk. And I'll be in touch early in the week. We'll see you guys. Have a good night, guys. I have to find the actual scene to switch to, but my computer's kind of taking a fart. Have a good night. Remember, happy wife, happy life. Yes. Oh, I know. That's why I'm driving back tonight. We'll see you guys. Have a good night. Gary Smith, great live and fantastic build. Thank you. Good night, friends. See y'all on Monday. We'll see you on Monday.